Yes.
Judge, can you give me just a couple minutes to confer with Mr. Paquette?
Yes. Give them the line.
Yeah. They do.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Judge, we're missing one witness. Not out there.
All right, court is calling 2018 CR 4785C, State of Texas versus Juan Martinez. Can I have parties approaching and announce for the record, please? For the state,
Bridget Garza and Melissa Christian.
for the defense,
Mark McKay and Robert Featherston.
okay. And are you Juan Martinez? You entered into a plea agreement in this case on June 11th, 2021. According to the plea bargain agreement, the state proceeded on count 2. Punishment is to be assessed at a cap of 25 years in the prison, and there are no applications. And of course, you're not eligible for deferred adjudication or community supervision. Have both parties had a chance to review the PSI report, state,
Yes, Your Honor.
defense?
No, but I've been briefed on it, Judge.
Right. All right, state, do you have any witnesses?
Judge, we just have to ask the court to take judicial notice of the file and the stipulations that were entered on the date that the plea was taken.
All right, and for the record, the court has reviewed those stipulations again. As I do before each sentencing, I review everything that's in the court's file, and also I review the PSI report. Defense, any witnesses?
We do, Judge.
All right, call your first witness.
Just verify that that's our witness.
Sure.
And I apologize. And just for clarification, it's my understanding that it's a cap of 25. Is that what you said?
Yes, it's a cap of 25 years. You're welcome.
Yeah, she's here. Okay. We would call Jasmine Lanier to the stand. Or you want?
All right, Justine Lanier. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can approach. And if you could state your name, all right, then, that's okay. If you could state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Jasmine Lanier, JASMINELANIER.
All right, defense.
Thank you for showing up. We appreciate that. Can you please state what position you hold with Bear County?
Yes, sir. I'm with pretrial services, the GPS section. I supervise him on his GPS monitor.
And what does that entail?
It's the global positioning systems. He is on full lockdown.
Which basically means what?
He is on full house arrest, so the only places he can go is court, any attorney appointments or any bondman appointments.
And how long have you supervised him?
Me, myself, just for the last year, but he has been on pretrial services for, I believe, 3 years.
Okay, and prior to you, you've had an opportunity to review his record, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you are aware that there were several other individuals monitoring him before?
Yes, sir.
And I asked you before court if you had the opportunity to review the whole record, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And in the, I believe it's a little over 3 years, has Mr. Martinez had any violations?
0 violations.
Okay, and is that common? And I think the court might be aware of that as well too. Also, as part of your position with the pretrial services, is it your job or responsibility to require defendants to provide drug specimens?
Yes.
Okay, and so what do you do if you can tell the court real quick?
So he was, I believe, under weekly drug and alcohol testing. He did do it weekly. However, once COVID hit, it did change. So of course, while we were under lockdown, he didn't do it, but once things got back to normal, I did bring him in. He's been negative for each and every test.
So throughout the three plus years, you also had the opportunity to review the other officers and what their remarks were and violations, if there were any, correct?
Yes.
In any of his file, Mr. Martinez's file, were there any positive drug tests in the 3 plus years?
No, sir.
Okay. Would you consider Mr. Martinez a model GPS person?
Yes.
Okay. Has he always treated you with respect?
Yes.
I'll pass it with this, Jim.
State.
Good afternoon, ma'am. When you say you reviewed his records, that's just the monitoring records, correct?
Yes, it's his pretrial supervision throughout the 3 years.
So you haven't reviewed his criminal history?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that he's charged with capital murder?
Yes.
And are you aware that that involves the death of a 14-year-old child?
Yes.
Okay. And you're not here to make any recommendation to this court with regard to his sentencing today?
Correct.
We'll pass, Judge Sanders.
Nothing further. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, is this witness excused?
She is, Judge.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Defense?
Governor, please, the court will call Jasmine Hernandez.
All right, Jasmine Hernandez.
What are the odds?
Can you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just make sure you speak up. State your name for the record and spell it, please.
Jasmine Hernandez, JASMINHERNANDEZ.
Defense.
Jasmine, how long have you lived in San Antonio?
On my life.
And how old were you when you first met Juan?
13.
13?
Yes,
And how old are you now?
I am 23.
So you've known him more than 10 years?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is Juan now living with you?
Yes, we
Yeah.
never.
How long has that been?
A little bit, a year and like a couple of weeks.
So who else is in your house?
Me and my 2 children and one,
And how old are your 2 children?
6 and 7.
So what do you know about Juan's criminal history?
I know what he tells me, like what's going on and everything like that.
Okay, so are you aware that he's been charged and taken a plea on a capital murder case?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and are you aware that 2 people died as a result of the criminal activities involved?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and do you know the ages of those folks?
Yes, I do. One is 14 and the other one is a little bit older. I like do something or something like that.
Okay, so can you explain to the court why you allowed Juan to live in your home?
Because I trust him. I've been knowing him. I know that he's a great guy. Like we've been talking throughout these 10 years. So I trusted him to come into my life like that.
Have you ever known Juan to use any heavy drugs?
No.
How about marijuana?
Yes, when we were younger.
Has he used marijuana in your presence since you have moved in?
No,
Any alcohol?
no.
So what does Juan do in your home for this past year? What has he been doing?
He helps me get up in the mornings and wake up for the kids for school because I'm bad at waking up early. He helps me with their homework. He helps me like teach them how to do like chores and stuff like that because they're at their age where they're like all over the place. So
Does he do chores in your home?
yes,
Does he wash dishes?
yes,
Does he do laundry?
yes, on Sundays.
Does he clean?
Yes,
Does he insist that the children do chores?
yes,
Do you consider him to be a good figure for the children?
yes.
Are the children aware of this criminal history?
No,
What type of activities does Juan do with your children?
we go to the park that's right there outside of our apartment complex, or we do homework, or we play board games or watch a movie. We have like a little movie night in the living room and stuff like that.
Okay. Have you ever observed Juan instructing your children in any activity that you would consider to be a negative?
No,
Your Honor, I'll pass it.
State.
Ma'am, would you consider someone that has killed a 14-year-old child a great guy and a good figure for your children?
I don't understand.
Well, you said he's a great guy, right?
Yeah,
Okay, but you know he's he's taken responsibility for killing a 14-year-old child.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's not a great guy when it comes to the fact that he's already pled guilty to the killing of a 14-year-old child. You think he's a great guy anyway?
Yeah.
Okay, even though he's here about to be sentenced for a capital murder case? Okay, and you still think he's a good figure for your children, even though he's here about to be sentenced on a capital murder case over the death of a 14-year-old child?
I don't know how to answer that.
I'm sure that's true. Thank you, Judge.
All right, any other
No
questions?
further questions, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Rachel Perez, please.
All right, Rachel Perez. Can you raise your right hand for me? You solemnly swear affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. All right, you can come forward. State your name for the record and please spell it.
Rachel Pettis, RACHEL, PEREZ.
Defense.
Yes, ma'am. Can you state your relationship with Juan Martinez?
His mother.
Okay, and that's biological mother, correct? Okay. I'd like to get in a little bit about some background or history of Juan. Growing up, what type of stability did he have in the home?
Not good.
Okay, explain to the court what you mean by not good.
He was drug usage and that was good. Abuse. Our finances weren't good, so we were home to home, hotel to hotel.
At any time, did you ever live out of a car?
Yes.
Okay. How many siblings does Juan have?
2.
Okay, and can you tell the court their age?
Now, their ages 18 and 22.
Okay, and just very briefly about the Juan's father's death. How did that occur?
He was like
Okay, and how old was Juan at that time?
12 years old.
And how did that affect Juan?
It's a big impact on one.
Okay. Now, I'm going to move this forward a little bit. Immediately prior to the offense date, you had in fact you were not living in the house, correct?
No,
Okay, where were you?
we had
Okay, what type of rehab?
the
And for what type of drugs were you taking?
cocaine.
Okay, so you went to rehab. Approximately when did you get out
I-
in connection with this case?
I had just recently got out like a week or 2 before this happened.
Okay. While you were in rehab, who took care of the kids?
My son,
Okay, one. And how did you take care of those kids?
he went to work. He had to make sure that they were okay. That's all I had.
Okay. Did he also supervise them?
Yeah.
Okay. Where was he working at that time?
Checking about
Was it full-time or part-time?
full time.
Okay. Now, the day that this incident occurred, where had you and your son been immediately prior to it?
Seeing my dad in the hospital.
Okay, what was wrong with your dad?
He's kind of like in a coma. He was dying.
Okay. Did he survive? Did he ever leave the hospital?
No, he passed away.
And what was the purpose of you and Juan visiting him?
Not only was he my dad, but after his dad was killed, he was a father to my kids as well.
And then after that occurred, did he still maintain employment?
Yes,
Now I'm moving to the date. So you got out of rehab immediately prior to this, correct?
yes,
Okay, and you remember the date of this incident? Not physical date. I mean, you remember the day it happened. You're familiar with it.
Yes.
You remember. it.
Yeah.
Okay, and a couple of things. I had mentioned to you on multiple times, and I visited with Juan about parties and their responsibility and liability. If one person does something, that basically everybody can be held responsible.
yes, sir.
Okay, and you were there when this event occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were you, in fact, how many people were there that day?
There at my home,
Yeah, just the other individuals involved in this.
3.
Okay, and who were those people?
Andres Martinez, Rich Montez, and Juan Martinez.
Okay, and all 3 of them were charged with capital murder, correct?
Yes,
Okay, when the shooting began, where was Juan?
He threw me to the ground.
Okay. Did you ever see him fire a weapon that day?
No, sir.
Okay. Who were the individuals involved that were shooting?
I seen Anthony Montez and Andres Martinez running with the guns.
Okay, and what relationship is Andres?
My nephew.
Okay, and are you aware of the plea bargain that he's worked out in his case?
Yes.
And what number of years is he?
23.
Okay, and you're aware that our case right here involves a cap of 25, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that it's just that your son received something less than 23?
Yes.
Okay, and I had talked to you about a number of 20 at one time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me see. Oh, pass the witness.
State.
We have nothing, Judge. We'll
Right,
pass.
thank you. I'll call your next witness.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, the court will hear argument. State.
Judge, at this time, we're asking the court, as we did earlier, to take notice of everything that's in the stipulations and everything that's in the court's file. The court well knows that this involves the death of a 14-year-old child that was simply watching TV in his upstairs bedroom, and the death of an elderly individual who got lost in his car. And we are asking the court for justice today for the families who are here. And we're asking the court to sentence Mr. Martinez to the 25 years.
All right, defense.
Yes, Judge, on behalf of Mr. Martinez, throughout his representation, I've explained to him about responsibility in this matter, and he does accept full responsibility for being a part and being involved in this activity. He has always been steadfast that he did not fire any fire that day, and that it was the other two individuals. As part of our plea agreement, he has agreed to testify against either or both, but it appears that Andres Martinez has worked out a plea in his case. Ms. Hunsinger is representing him, I believe, and that plea is for 23 years.
22 years.
22, I'm sorry.
Okay.
And we would ask the court to consider the responsibility here. Everybody's responsible, there's no question about it. But the responsibility for Mr. Martinez should be less than an individual who's actually shooting the gun. His mother testified that she never saw him fire a gun that day. That doesn't mean he's not responsible. He is. But we're asking the court to place his case in comparison to Andres's case. We would ask the court to consider 20 years on this case. I realize the cap is 25. We would ask the court to accept or sentence Mr. Martinez to 20 years for his responsibility. Oh, and pardon me, an additional thing, since he's been out on bond, and I think Miss Lanier testified up here, she's a neutral party. She has nothing to gain in this case or lose, but she demonstrated to the court that Juan Martinez has basically been a model individual on the GPS monitor. He's had 0 infractions, and that's in a little over 3 years. And additionally, he's been drug tested and he's never come up positive. I think those show very good traits that the court can consider. So with that, we would ask the court to consider 20 years.
All right, anything you wish to say, Mr. Martinez? If you do wish to say something, I'll place you under oath and you'll be subject to cross-examination.
Yes, Judge, he does want to say 1 or 2 years.
All right, can you raise your right hand for me? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes,
All right, you can lower your hand, state your name for the record, please.
Juan Martinez.
All right.
I wanted to say that I do accept full responsibility for my actions. And I want to say sorry to everybody that I hurt in the situation.
Any questions, defense?
No,
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, this is what the court will do. Court will sentence you to 24 years in the prison, give you credit for any time served. I'm going to show you what's entitled Trial Court Certification of Defendant's Rights to Appeal. Did you review that document with your attorney? Did you understand it? And did you sign it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because this is a plea bargain agreement, because I followed your plea bargain agreement, and because you waive your right to appeal, you do not have the court's permission to appeal. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
And because this is a felony conviction, you're not allowed to own or possess any weapons or ammunition. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we can go off the record. Mr. Martinez, I want to let you know, I did take into consideration the co-actors in this offense. But, and I know when young people get sentenced to prison, they think it's the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. You still have your life ahead of you, but somebody else is dead. I did internalize everything that your witnesses came to see. It would be nice if people would behave the way they should behave before they do something wrong. You understand?
No.
All right, is there any victim impact?
There is, Judge.
All right, come forward, please. All right, and Mr. Martinez, she's going to speak to you. I always tell people to internalize it, and everyone here treats everyone with respect. You may proceed.
I'm Angel's mother. I just want to tell you, you took something that meant a lot to me. My son's never gonna know what it is to have a wife, to have kids, to drive a car, to have a job. And I just want y'all to know y'all took a good kid. It wasn't a bad kid. He didn't do anything wrong. He was just standing in his dad's kitchen. And I hope you learned your lesson from this, like, and I'm sorry you're having to go through this, but your family still gets to go see you and hold you and hug you. I have to go to the cemetery to celebrate my son's birthday, to Christmas, and y'all destroyed my life. Y'all destroyed my family's life, my kids. I have grandkids, 12 grandkids that will never get to know their uncle. He'll never get to experience none of that. None of that. That's all I have to say.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any, one else state or no?
We're
Thank
done.
you.
You're done.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess, and then we'll bring the jury back in at 2. right, is there anything else?
No, you're right.
All right, let's move on.
All right, for the jury.
It's like one that I consider a different seat every time you so choose. It keeps everybody on their toes. All right, everyone, please be seated. I hope you all had a nice lunch.
Yes.
Oh, awesome. All right, stay with your heart, just take the stand, please. Like Detective, you're still under oath? State?
Thank you, Judge. Detective Flores, before we pick back up with the Valero video, at some point was a photo lineup done with the victim, in this case, Dr. Juan Benavides.
Yes, there was a total of 4 photographic lineups.
Was one done specifically in regards to Lamont Curry?
Yes, it was.
Could you tell the jury what is a photo lineup?
Yes, so a photographic lineup is a series of pictures that we show our victims or witness. And one of, or in the lineup will be a person that has either been arrested or is a suspect of a case we're investigating. And we like to see if our witness or victim can identify him based on the photographic lineup. The photographic lineups are pictures of individuals from the shoulder up. It does not show the full body.
And how many photos are there?
In this photographic lineup, there was a total of 6 pictures, 1 with Mr. Curry and 5 what we refer to them as fillers. And fillers is basically someone that resembles Mr. Curry.
And resembles in what sense?
So hairstyle, a black male, facial hair, along those lines.
And was Mr. The victim in the case, Juan Benavides, able to identify or select Mr. Curry out of the lineup?
No, Mr. Curry was not selected in the lineup.
Did he choose anyone in that lineup for Mr. Curry?
No, nobody was selected from Mr. Curry's lineup.
And so going back to the surveillance video.
Yes.
Looking at the front door video. The individual we see here, with a light colored shirt, light colored pants and an apron center. Is that the same individual we saw walking in the video, from the robbery?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell what time this is at?
I show 10:16:43 PM.
So that would have been about 45 minutes after the robbery, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's fair.
And then we see a black female come in with a backpack, shorts, and a long sleeve sweater type shirt, is that right?
Yes,
There's a pro type hairstyle.
yes.
This individual that we see here, is he one of the same individuals that we saw in the robbery video?
Yes, sir, he is.
And is he that same individual? In this photo?
Yes, that's him.
And that was identified as Tyrese Jackson.
Yes, sir.
It looks like he has the same jacket, but he has it around his shoulders, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The individual that we see. Walking in there, who is that?
That is Mr. Curry.
And is he wearing the same clothes that we saw in the robbery?
Yes, he has a black undershirt on, but the white t-shirt is draped over his shoulder.
And does he have headphones in this? video?
Yes, it appears to be headphones.
And is that the same person you see in States Exhibit 24?
Yes, it is.
Same shoes too, correct?
Yes.
This individual with the red shirt, dark shirt. Sorry, red hat, dark shirt, red shorts. Was he also one of the individuals we saw in the robbery?
Yes, he was.
This individual here. In this video, can you tell the jury what he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing a black t-shirt with some white print on the front side with a blue and white jersey and gray or light colored pants with black shoes and white trim.
And what type of hair does he have?
I would describe him as dreads, light color.
And is this the same person we see in States Exhibit 21?
Yes.
Can you tell what the shirt says in States Exhibit 22?
I believe it says Alamo Cycleplex.
And when we were watching the video earlier of the surveillance of your property, do you remember what word was on the back of the individual with the black shirt that came running in?
Yes, sir. It said Alamo on the back.
Does that appear to be the same individual from the robbery videos?
It does.
And then this individual, can you tell the jury what he's wearing?
Yes, he's wearing a red t-shirt with light colored shorts and light colored shoes.
And is that the same person as takes exhibit 15?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is that the same person from the robbery? Video?
Yes, sir.
To the registered 3 videos. Who is that we see walk up to the register here?
So the individual in the black t-shirt, the white shirt over his shoulder, that's going to be Mr. Curry.
And the individual with the gray shirt with an H, did you ever identify him?
Him, no, he was never identified.
Could you tell what they just placed down at the register?
The box appears to be Corona alcoholic beverages, and I can't tell what the other 2 drinks are.
What did the clerk just do at this point?
It's like he's getting a pack of cigarettes. I think it's just cashing them out.
And is this that pack of cigarettes that I have with Chris over now?
Yes, that appears to be so.
And did Mr. Curry take those cigarettes?
Yes.
So what's happening here?
It appears everyone involved in the robbery is taking place in purchasing items at the store, and it looks like they took the alcoholic beverages away.
Let's go to pump 1. Started at 16:23. Are these the same individuals?
Besides the female in the white shirt with the afro, she's the only time I've seen her here at the store. But yes, the same individuals from the robbery are here in this surveillance video.
And it appears that, or does it appear that the female is a part of this group now at this point?
It appears that she's having conversation with them.
Detective Flores, I'm showing you what's been marked as this exhibits 32 through 39. Can you tell me if you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They are still shots from the surveillance video from the Zurich properties and the Valero surveillance video as well.
And are they fair and accurate depictions?
They are.
Current at this time, welfare states exhibits 32 through 39.
All objection, judges. Cumulative.
All right, if I could see the exhibits, please. All right. The objection is overruled. States exhibits 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, and 39 are admitted.
Detective Flores, is this the still shot of Lamont Curry entering the store?
Yes, it is.
And is this that group of individuals with the female included?
Can you push it up a little? Yes, it is.
And is this the 6 individuals who committed the robbery?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall what time Mr. Curry and the other victims were apprehended?
I believe about 12:30 on March 27th.
So now I'm going to show you what's been admitted. This is Officer Martinez's body worn count. The individuals we see being handcuffed at this point, are these the same individuals we've seen throughout the night?
Yes.
lastly, I want to show you the co-band video from the wagon.
Not a fucking weapon.
The four that we see in this video are the same individuals that participated in the robbery and that we saw throughout all the videos.
Yes, sir.
Just so that everyone's on the same page, we have two people here with dreads. Can you tell the jury which one is Mr. Kirby?
Yes, Mr. Curry is the individual with the light colored pants, khaki pants, black shirt, black shoes, and has his left foot across the aisle to the other seat.
And other than the white shirt that we saw him carrying in the Bolero, are all of his other articles of clothing the same? That's from when the robbery occurred.
Yes, that's correct.
Aggravated fucking robbery. Nigga, we all getting charged with aggravated robbery, bro. That's worse than fucking
But
robbery.
it's not aggravated because there's no pistol, there's no burner, they found no weapon. It's
Man,
not
they say aggravated fucking robbery, bro.
There's no fucking weapon.
Then
It's
they
not a
find-
fucking weapon.
Y'all just
It's
shut
not
the fuck
aggravated.
up.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
stop.
it.
Like, please, bro.
Yeah, just chill.
Like, y'all, you for real, like, no. It's some serious ass shit, man.
Then Officer Martinez couldn't hear. I want to see if you can hear it any better.
I'm saying, why the fuck we come back down here? We was good where we was at.
Did you hear what Mr. Curry just said?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
Why the fuck did we come back down here?
Did you hear the second part of it?
Can you play it again, please?
I'm saying, why the fuck we come back down here? We was good where we was at.
I cannot make out what that second part.
We'll pass the witness.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective. I have a few questions. You really started. You started your investigation, I guess, the day after the event?
That's correct.
Feedback is ended.
You're talking across the canyon, which I still am.
No, it's still happening. It's coming from your. Or that microphone.
Kind of,
Yes, no feedback.
Just
okay. Throws me off. So by the time you took over this case, if I remember you saying right, that you read the police reports that were generated the night before.
So when I get the case, we have access to the police reports that I look at, and as well as body cam videos.
Okay, and did you already have privy to the Elmo Wager videos?
All I had was documentation that there was still shot images placed in our property room from the surveillance video.
Who collected those still shot pictures?
One of the officers from the scene.
So when was the first time you actually visited with Mr. Benavides?
So that was just conducted through the phone. I spoke to him over the phone, I believe that day when I got the case.
So the next morning?
Yes, it should be the March 27th.
So in reviewing when you say the body cameras, you also are listening to what the police are saying and talking about.
Yes, depending on which body camera that I'm listening to.
And so that evening, you knew that they were looking around all over for all these teens that were young. The alleged perpetrators were young teens, right?
When the stop was made, the officers recognized the individual stopped.
The officers that night were speaking with Mr. Benavides. They were out setting up a quadrant, looking for a group of teens. They were all young.
They were looking for suspects described in the robbery.
And they were young. That's how they were described by the officers. Correct?
I'd have to look over the report to verify that.
You don't remember any of that?
I know that typically whenever robbery takes place, a description is put out, and they'd give a description of the suspects right then and there.
Okay. And so that description, they're looking for teens with one individual, maybe a little bit older, in the mid-20s. Agree with me on that? This is their body work.
I would have to review it again just to refresh my memory on which body camera you're referring to.
Basically every cop that was out there that night. You're the one that said you watched all the body cameras.
That's correct. And I also spoke to the victim, who describes a male in his 40s that
Really? Where and when?
on the recorded statement that I took.
Testified that it was about in his 20s, 25.
So when I took the statement, he described an older black male with dreads with a white t-shirt on.
Older, so there's nothing about 40s. Never said the word number 40 never came out.
I would listen to my statement. I believe he said 40s.
Is it in your prosecution guide?
I believe so.
You have it up there with you?
I don't, sir.
Yes, folks?
Yes.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's been marked as defendant's exhibit number 1. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it as?
It's my prosecution guide.
Is that your prosecution guide that you wrote up for this case?
That's correct.
Now, you write this prosecution guide up and you put down all the pertinent information in case you have to testify. Is that right?
That's correct.
Show me in that prosecution guide, Mr. Curry is described as a 40-year-old.
Yeah, I think I'm thinking of my statement I took from him. I think he talks about him being older from
You
the
have that
group.
statement with you.
The recorded statement, I don't have it with me personally.
Did you get that statement transcribed?
It was turned in with all the other evidence, sir.
That evidence is with the district attorney's office?
It's his recorded statement, yes, sir.
Question was, that statement with the district attorney's office,
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
and was that statement ever transcribed?
I am not sure, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you had mentioned on direct examination that you told the jury that Mr. Benefitis could identify Mr. Curry, and that's not a true statement. Is that right?
And what are you referring to?
You mentioned to the jury on direct examination that he could identify Mr. Curry.
And object, that's a misstatement of his testimony.
All right, you can answer the question.
I don't recall.
Well, then let me help me clear it up there. He could not identify Mr. Curry. Correct?
That's correct. During the photographic lineup, he was not able to identify Mr. Curry.
In fact, to this day, he's never been able to identify Mr. Curry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the photographic lineup that you gave him a picture of Mr. Curry that had dreadlocks. Correct?
That's correct.
That looked as much like the individual on that video that we see. Would you describe that picture of Mr. Curry looking a lot like the guy on the video?
That's correct.
And even then, could not pick out Mr. Curry.
That's correct. He did not.
Okay. Now, there's something going on here. I just wanted to try to figure something out here. As the state was getting up, matching pictures of individuals to the videos. Those pictures of these individuals, if I approach Judge, I don't know what the evidence is.
Touch button on that?
Yes.
Thanks, sir.
I'm going to show you. This real quick to show you. State's exhibit. Number 16. That picture was taken after he was arrested, correct?
That's correct.
That's why his hands are behind his back, he's got handcuffs on. And that goes for the same as the other pictures of these individuals. 27 says, again, that picture was taken after Mr. Curry was arrested, right?
That's correct.
Now, I'm gonna leave 27 up there for a second. What does Mr. Curry in that picture have around his neck?
Headphones.
And we noticed on the Valero video also that Mr. Curry had headphones also around his neck, right?
Correct.
Let me show you states 32. Which one, according to you, is Mr. Curry?
The individual in the white t-shirt.
And I'm gonna just ask you this. That's an assumption on your part that it's Mr. Curry. Would you agree with me on that?
No, based on my investigation, that's Mr. Curry.
Do you see his face?
From this picture, no.
Okay. Do you see his face in any of the videos, either during the robbery, walking on the streets? Do you ever see Mr. Curry's face?
As he's walking away from the robbery, you can see part of his face, the left profile of it.
So the jury then on those videos will be able to see Mr. Curry's face. That's your testimony.
They'll be able to see, you won't be able to zoom in all the way to his face, but you can make out it's Mr. Curry based on this video and also with the Valero video.
Well, we're gonna get to the Valero video. My question was dealing with just this part of the investigation. You cannot see Mr. Curry's face.
From this video, no.
And I'm making that assumption with you that it is Mr. Curry. But do you see on this picture here, stage 13, Do you see the earmuffs?
In the surveillance video, I do not. I will say that,
I didn't ask a question.
okay,
So you don't see it states 33? You see the earmuffs, I guess, or headphones.
I do not.
What about states 34?
I do not.
You see the headphones in states 35?
No, I do not.
The video of the 6 individuals walking up to the Mr. Benavides on the bench. You don't see any headphones on the guy in the white shirt, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay. So I'm gonna kind of walk through this a little bit. What you saw was 6 guys walking up to Mr. Benavides, who was on the bench, right?
Approaching Mr. Benavides, correct.
And then your testimony is that the video skips and it doesn't show the beginning of the assault, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that's coupled with, because you're taking what Mr. Benavides told you as true, right?
That's correct.
But if it's not true what Mr. Benavides said, then that video would have been the best evidence, right? Pictures don't lie.
If I was able to,
Pictures don't lie, right? Would you agree with me on that?
pictures can be fairly accurate on what took place.
Pictures don't embellish, do they?
Pictures are accurate of what took place based on angles and all that. It could be,
Exactly.
it could be case by case basis. I think it's fair to say.
Right, pictures don't show the emotion. In other words, they're gonna show exactly what happened, what is there. Without editorializing, right?
Are you saying pictures or video?
Both pictures and or video.
I think it's case by case basis. Yeah, I think it'll show or at least depict of what was going on.
Okay. So what that video shows of the assault itself, it never shows the tall guy hitting Mr. Benavides. No.
That's correct.
It never shows the tall guy on Mr. Benavides's left side,
And when you say tall guy, you're referring to Mr. Curry.
because that was the description that was made. It was the tall man in the white shirt that hit me first.
Correct. That's correct.
So I'm not referring to Mr. Curry because unlike you, I can't see a face. So I'm not going to assume it. But I'm asking, the tall guy in the white shirt was never on Mr. Benavides's left side.
That's correct.
What the video does show, though, the 6 individuals go up to him, and then you see 5 individuals actually getting physical, kicking and punching Mr. Benavides, right?
That's correct.
The tall guy in the white shirt is not doing that, right?
That's correct.
Okay, now, you mentioned through your training and experience, he was looking out as, he was participating as a lookout,
That's correct.
and that's an assumption.
That's through my training and experience.
Right, and your training experience could sit there and say, I don't want anything to do with it, so I'm not gonna be participate in it. I'm not gonna hit or kick. That's just as likely, it could be, right?
His actions indicated he was a lookout. There was no call for police from him. He participated in the robbery and left with the group that just committed the robbery.
So you're saying unless that individual called police, then he's a lookout? Because you know the law on mere presence isn't a crime.
I think from my investigation, based on what I observed, I felt like he was a lookout. I'm answering your question, sir. I'm saying through my investigation, from what I saw on video, I felt like he was a lookout from what I can see on video.
Okay, so if that video shows he's not looking away and he's looking at the fight, do lookouts look at the fight? Or do lookouts looking out for somebody coming at you?
I think it's case by case basis. You can do both.
We don't see him doing both, do we?
I think he's looking around, he's looking at the fight, he's there. He didn't try to stop it.
So the key word to your answer there is you think. That's what's going on. We don't know for a fact.
This is just part of my investigation, what I see on video from speaking with the victim and what I see on video.
So, and that's what this all boils down to, because you're assuming that everything the victim told you was accurate.
Nothing the victim told me led me to believe he was being deceptive. His most accurate description was describing Mr. Curry right up until the time the robbery took place.
Well, he described a 25-year-old guy. Mr. Curry's 40.
He described a 6'4" athletic build, black man with a white t-shirt.
25-year-old.
Okay.
And Mr. Curry's 40. And he described the other ones pretty accurate too. Then he said they were all young teenagers, all right? You got your prosecution guide in front of you. Tyrese Jackson, how old is he?
He's 19.
At the time of the incident.
He's 19 at the time of the incident.
Okay. How about Christian Lewis?
I'm sorry. What was the first question? You said Mr. Jackson, the first one?
That's correct.
I'm sorry, that he was 20 and Mr. Lewis is 19,
Okay. And how about Isaiah Redden?
16 years old.
So that matches exactly what he's talking about. We got young guys.
From what I recall, his most accurate description describes Mr. Curry and the white
Thank you for
t-shirt
that answer, but my question was, is he described these teenagers, right?
to the best of his ability during that time.
20-year-old, a 19-year-old, and a 16-year-old. And 25. Because he was a little older.
He was described as the oldest one in the group.
That video at the Valero. Right? So let me set it up this way. I think it'll be easier for the jury to follow my question. The assault took place at about 9:30, correct?
That's correct.
The videos at the Valero start around 10:16 at night. Give or take.
That's fair. Yeah.
So about 45 minutes difference. And by the maps, how far do you think it is from downtown to that Valero?
It just depends on what type of transportation they took to get down there.
Okay, but
And how-
what's the distance? Give or take.
I'm not sure as far as the mileage or how many miles.
So you brought up an interesting point, transportation. How did do you have any idea how those individuals got to the Valero?
I do not.
But we know they were on a bus downtown, right?
When they were apprehended, they were on a bus, correct?
Did you check does VIA have cameras on their buses?
They do.
Did you check any of those bus lines leaving from downtown, heading up Austin Highway that evening for these 6 individuals getting on a bus?
No, the only bus I checked was the bus that drove by the individuals after, and I believe prior to the robbery is the video that I was able to gather.
So you didn't attempt to get that?
I wasn't able to track them after the Zurich properties. I lost tracks. I didn't know at what time. I didn't know which bus route they got onto. My main objective was trying to identify the individuals involved.
Okay, so based on what you just said, we know the Valero pictures or videos didn't come to you on your investigation quickly. They came a couple of days later, right?
Yes, throughout the course of the investigation, I go to Valero and I wind up getting the surveillance videos, correct?
Okay, so now we know, according to you in your investigation, we have 6 guys leaving from downtown going to that Valero. Based on your investigation, right?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Okay. So the next step would be logically, okay, is it the same 6 guys? Can I get their faces coming from downtown to that Valero?
Can you ask that again?
Your next step would have been, can I find the bus line that they took? Because we know VIA has pictures and videos on them. Can we find the bus that took them from downtown to the Valero? Now, I ask that question because we have a lot of video walking around downtown. But what we don't have are faces, especially of Mr. Curry, getting on a bus with these guys from downtown.
I want to say that the Via bus that drives by them, you can see their faces right after the robbery, and I want to say before the robbery, if I'm not mistaken.
And we have that video.
Mhm.
And that's in the possession of the state of Texas.
I turned that in, sir.
Okay, but you didn't find a video of Mr. Curry getting on a bus with any of these guys that night, right after the robbery. I'm not talking about when they're already back downtown.
Getting onto a bus and leaving to a Valero, if they took a bus, I do not know that.
Okay. When they're at the Valero, that Valero is, like we said, about 45 minutes in between the time of the assault and the pictures at the Valero. We also now have an additional female with that group of individuals, right?
That's correct.
Do you have any idea how she got there or who she was at that time?
No, and nor was I looking into her for any reason once I received the case.
Well, the state asked you with this picture here. Page 38. That the same group of people from downtown, and you had stated yes, and there's that young lady. So the assumption is now that she's part of this group?
No, that's incorrect. I said those are the same males involved, and the female that wasn't involved was also there. They appear to be talking to her.
Okay, so, but she's in there in the Valero, right?
Mhm.
Getting stuff with these individuals, right? And she's with these individuals afterwards, right? But she's not a party to their action. You agree with that?
When the robbery takes place, I do not see her on the video when the robbery takes place.
She's not a party to their actions at the Valero or anything. Buying anything or buying any goods, planning, scheming, none of that, right?
To my knowledge, no, I just see them talking to her.
Okay, because mere presence isn't against the law. Being around people that have committed crime or are going to commit a crime, that's not against the law, right?
I would say it just depends on that individual's actions when a crime is taking place.
In that Valero video also, you see the individuals taking goods up to the counter, placing them on the counter to purchase, right?
Mhm.
And in fact, you see clearly now, Mr. Curry is one of those individuals putting stuff on the counter. In fact, he even grabs the cigarettes, as the state pointed out. You agree with me on that?
That's correct.
When that purchase was executed, Mr. Curry is not in the frame.
I believe he walks off.
So he doesn't know how those items were purchased.
I'm not sure what he's thinking at that time.
But we know he was not near the purchaser.
I know that he was given a pack of cigarettes on whatever the transaction was made. I didn't,
Transaction hadn't been made yet. We can watch it in the jury can watch that.
so my concern is at that point, the faces. I'm trying to, for my case, I'm trying to connect the dots, if you say so. As far as clothing, that's where I'm looking at.
What you're doing, well, I'm trying to connect dots somewhere else. And I want to, the dots I'm connecting here, this is important to me. When they're up at the cash register, we see at least two individuals put things on the counter to be purchased. Correct?
I know there was items placed on the counter.
Mr. Curry then takes the pack of cigarettes walks off. Then you see the gentleman with the H right there on 38, he's H. He's the one that's purchasing the other goods when another individual walks up, right?
May I see the video again?
Well, that's loading on a lot, Mr. Chair's time, so I'm gonna ask you a couple other questions.
Sure.
Get back to that. A couple of things. There was a cell phone taken from Mr. Benavides.
That's correct.
Um,
Cell phone and wallet.
so I just want to focus on the cell phone for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so the cell phone, they were tracking that cell phone, is that right?
I wasn't made aware of that.
You know nothing about the tracking the cell phone, where it went? But when they finished tracking that cell phone?
I would have to revisit the statement. I'm not 100% sure on the tracking part.
But that cell phone was never recovered, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
You did recover 2 cell phones that you attributed to Mr. Curry.
That's correct. They placed the cell phones under Mr. Curry's name.
And just to be clear, neither of those 2 cell phones was Mr. Benavides.
No, it was not.
But you did check to see if there's any kind of evidence that would tie Mr. Curry to this event, and you couldn't find anything about
That's correct.
it. So you also know that when they were arrested, these 4 individuals and the girl, at the time they were taken off the bus, there's 4 men and 1 girl, right?
That's correct.
Not the 6 guys that we see from America.
That's correct.
And we know for a fact, Mr. Curry did not have Mr. Benavides' wallet on him.
That's correct.
He did not have Mr. Benavides' cell phone on him,
That's correct.
nor did he have any of his credit cards on him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just ask it. Jury can watch this video again. It is important. When the transaction is done, it would be the gentleman in the H that does the transaction at that Bolero. There it is.
So I know items are taken away when the Corona a box of a case of Coronas are brought out.
Now you're seeing him doing the transaction. Correct?
It appears so, yes.
And Mr. Kerr's not around that.
That's correct.
I'll pass it.
Right, state.
Detective Flores, do you recall if we ever see the female go up to the register and place any items?
The female, I don't recall.
So we didn't see her that first time with your group.
Going up to the register?
Yes, sir. When the guy with the H right now that we're looking at. It's been solo, correct?
Correct.
So then he comes back a second time and attempts to make another purchase. And is that Mr. Curry that we see?
That is.
And then we see the individual with the red shorts, red hat.
Yes.
Red shirt,
Yes.
and then they leave. Did the female ever go up to the register?
I didn't see her.
And then Mr. Fortas, you said it was about 45 minutes between the robbery and the Bolero, correct?
Yes.
45, 50 minutes. Looking at State's Exhibit 30. Just want to compare State's Exhibit 30, which is the individuals involved in the robbery, directly to the individuals who were at the Bolero. What am I pointing at in this photo?
That is the person with the H imprint on the front,
And he has a gray shirt
the gray t-shirt. That's correct.
and what color shorts?
Light colored shorts.
Next to him, to his left, who is that?
That's going to be Mr. Redden. Last name Redden, red t-shirt, light colored shorts.
Okay. Individual to his left,
That is an individual that I have his information. I don't remember his name.
And so let's compare those three. Is that this individual that I'm pointing at now, the gray shirt with H?
Yes, that is.
And then red shirt, is that this individual right here?
Yes, it is.
And do the clothing match exactly?
They're identical, yes.
Okay, and then red hat, red shorts, is that this individual?
Yes, that's him.
So let's go to number 4, Mr. Curry, who we saw in another photo with the black shoes. So khaki pants, black shoes with the white trim. White shirt. Is that Mr. Curry here?
Yes, it is.
Does he have the black shoes with the white trim,
Yes, it does.
khaki pants,
Yes,
and a white shirt?
yes,
But I guess at this time he has some headphones, right?
that's correct.
And then we have this individual running up, gray shorts and a black shirt, right?
I believe they're pants with
Oh, yeah, sorry.
the Alamo Cycleplex shirt.
And that's this individual here.
Yes,
But at this point in time, 45 minutes later, he has a blue like jersey type shirt, right?
that's correct.
But we see that he's still is wearing that Alamo Cycle complex and everything else clothing wise is the same.
That's correct.
Was he wearing that blue jersey during the robbery?
No, I didn't see that.
Okay, so they went somewhere. You can assume, right? Because he didn't have it on his person at the time of the robbery.
I don't know where they went after the robbery.
I guess Christian Lewis didn't have the blue shirt, just like Lamont Curry didn't have the headphones at the time of the robbery, correct?
That's fair to say.
And you mentioned earlier, defense questioned you about Mr. Benavides' statement that you took. Was that recorded?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review State's Exhibit 40?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
This is the victim statement.
yes,
Yes,
okay. Is it a fair and accurate copy of the statement that you took on that day from Mr. Benavides?
yes,
Your Honor, at this time, we'll offer State's Exhibit 40 in evidence.
Sustained.
Based on the totality of your investigation, did you file a case with the district attorney's office for Mr. Curry?
I did.
And what was the offense?
It was for robbery.
And who was the victim?
Mr. Benavides, Juan Benavides.
Or Pastor Instructor?
Defense.
Who passed judge?
All right, is this witness excused or subject for recall?
Excuse judge.
Excuse me.
All right, the rule has been invoked. What that means is you can't discuss your testimony with anyone. The only persons you're allowed to speak to are attorneys for the state of the defense, but you're excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. State, call your next witness.
Sorry, we have one witness. Our advocate has to leave, so do you mind if I go get him?
Sure.
The state calls Juan Benavides.
All right, if you'll take the witness stand. You're still under oath. Okay. Just have a seat and state your name for the record, please.
Dr. Juan Enrique Benavides.
State.
One, since you testified, we've had different sort of documents and videos that needed. So I wanted to go over some of that with you as soon as I find where it is. Was this a photo of you from that night?
Yes, yes, it is.
We're gonna object. This is the last match.
All right, that will be overruled. And what is the exhibit number?
State's Exhibit 3. And State's Exhibit 4. You couldn't get the technology to work the other day, but is this the area of your face where you were hit?
Correct.
Judge, again, this is all been asked.
Oh, that'll be overruled.
And is this your credit card and wallet that was found on the individuals?
Yes, it is.
Now let's look at the video.
You'll be a punch judge.
Yes. Minutes. I understand this is the state's last witness. So remember what I told you, not discuss amongst yourself. Don't even think about it. I'll let you know when it's time to deliberate. And I forgot to tell you all this before, but whenever you need a break or something, just do the break sign and we'll know. All right, everyone, please rise for the jury. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, and if you could, you're still on the end, but if you're just waiting to,
Thank you.
right, so what exhibits are you seeking to have the complainant testify about? Is it the store video or videos where he was not present?
Your Honor, I hesitate to say because I don't believe that defense is objecting properly. He's objecting before I even do anything, and so he's asking you to make a ruling, which requires me to bring that whole.
No, I understand. So here's my question. Is this witness going to be testifying to the video from the convenience store? Is that, he's not being brought to testify for that?
No.
Okay, is he going to be testifying to any video that he was not a part of?
No, Judge, I'm not gonna ask him to testify to anything that he wasn't personally present for.
Okay,
Judge, can you do this now? Can you put him on the stand?
well,
Then
no,
ask those questions, then the judge can make a ruling.
All right.
Where we do it in front of a jury.
so here's the thing. Everyone, keep it right here. I will make the rulings. So my understanding from the state, he's not going to be testifying from any video that he was not a part of. So defense, you'll have your chance to make your objections. So there's no need to have this working for video because my understanding is no video will be testified about.
Your Honor, that's not-
they're just trying to show the video to the complaint.
My understanding is that he's not going to be testifying to a video.
No, Your Honor, I said he's not testifying to any video that he wasn't present for.
All
And so
right.
I guess just to give it away, it's the video of the robbery.
No, I mean,
can't
then
testify to that.
with regards to that, my understanding was that what was going to be shown to him, because nobody is saying what exhibits they're speaking of. And if you all both, so the record can be clear, when you all are talking about exhibits, even though they've been entered before, if you'll say the exhibit number so that I'll know which exhibit it is and the record will reflect which exhibit it is. Now, if the state is showing a video of the alleged offense, they can show it to this complaint, to the complainant. My understanding, they're not talking about the Bolero or a bus stop. They're talking about this.
Well, I apologize, Your Honor. The reason I asked for the big picture on the screen was the Bolero.
Okay,
Try to cut that off before that happened. Again, I don't know what he was doing now. Just said that, but I understand the question.
okay. And then people can ask their questions and make their legal objections and I'll make a ruling on them. So the jury's going to be back at 3:30. I've already tendered the charge to everybody, so be sure to look over those to see if you have any type of objections or anything you all deem you should add.
We have.
All right. So we're,
On page 7, Judge. Or excuse me, paragraph 7.
yes,
This, line 5, Bradley Evo
yes,
is not a party.
okay. I will let them know.
And then additionally, in line 8, it has Benavides spelled 2 different ways.
All right, I will let them know.
Judge, going off of that, the Bradley Evo, it's Isaiah Redding. He's missing.
And how do you spell the last name?
REDIN.
Redin? All right, and ISAIAH?
ISIH.
Wait, say that again.
I'm looking at the prosecution guide. They have them as ISIAH. Redden, REDI.
All right. Okay, then everyone, you can take your break.
All right, the jury.
That's all.
All right. All right, state.
I want to go through exhibit 9, which is a video from outside the Emily Morgan Hotel. Have you seen this video before?
Yes, I have.
In this video, which individual was the one that punched you?
This guy up here.
You can make them, you should be able to make a mark on the screen.
It's not.
That's all I need. Okay, is it,
That right there.
okay, this is the individual that punched you.
Yes.
Prior to them punching you, did you ask any of the individuals their age?
No, I did not.
About how long did you get a look at them prior to them?
Jeff, these questions I've been asked.
All right, that'll be overruled.
Just a couple seconds. Just looking up, back.
And in the video, we see them approaching you at 9:30:40. And then at 9:30:55, they're already punching you. Is that how it happened in real life?
Well, not the glitch,
Did
no.
it jump forward? and-
Yeah, no, there was some space in there.
Okay, and in that space and time, who was it that punched you first?
The big guy in the white shirt.
And I believe you testified that the whole thing took about a minute or two. After reviewing the video, going through with the detective, we saw that it was 40 seconds. Does that sound about
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And I will pass the witness.
Defense.
No questions, Judge.
All right, is this witness excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you're excused. The rule has been invoked. You're not allowed to discuss your testimony with anyone. You're only allowed to speak to attorneys for the state and defense. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Is
State.
there recall?
No,
Okay.
you're excused. State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state rests.
Defense.
Bench rest, Your Honor.
All right, state, you close.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, you close.
We close, Your Honor.
All right, can I have parties approach? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in this case. I'm going to read to you what's entitled the charge of the court. And you will be given a copy of this charge that I'm reading to you once you go back to deliberate. All right, charge of the court. The defendant, Lamont Curry, stands charged by indictment with the offense of robbery alleged to have been committed on or about the 27th day of March 2020 in Bexar County, Texas. The defendant has pleaded not guilty. 1, our law provides that a person commits the offense of robbery if, in the course of committing theft, as defined hereinafter, and with intent to obtain or maintain control of the property, he intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another. 2, in the course of committing theft means conduct that occurs in an attempt to commit, during the commission, or in immediate flight after the attempt or commission of theft. Attempt to commit an offense occurs if, with specific intent to commit an offense, a person does an act amounting to more than mere preparation that tends but fails to affect the commission of the offense intended. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. 3, a person commits the offense of theft if he unlawfully appropriates property with intent to deprive the owner of property. 4, appropriation and appropriate mean to acquire or otherwise exercise control over property other than real property. Appropriation of property is unlawful if it is without the owner's effective consent. Property means tangible or intangible personal property or documents, including money, that represents or embodies anything of value. Deprive means to withhold property from the owner permanently or for so extended a period of time that a majority portion of the value or enjoyment of the property is lost to the owner. Effective consent means assent in fact, whether express or apparent, and includes consent by a person legally authorized to act for the owner. Consent is not effective if induced by deception or coercion. Owner means a person who has title to the property, possession of the property, or a greater right to possession of the property than the person charged. 5, a person acts intentionally or with intent with respect to a result of his conduct when it is his conscious objective or desire to cause the result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge with respect to a result of his conduct when he is aware that his conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of his conduct when he is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. 6, our law provides a person is criminally responsible as a party to an offense if the offense is committed by his own conduct or by the conduct of another for which he is criminally responsible, or by both. Each party to an offense may be charged with commission of the offense. Mere presence alone will not make a person a party to an offense. A person is criminally responsible for an offense committed by the conduct of another if acting with intent to promote or assist the commission of the offense he solicits, encourages, directs, aids, or attempts to aid the other person to commit the offense. 7, now if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 27th day of March 2020 in Bexar County, Texas, the defendant Lamont Curry, either acting alone or together as a party with Christian Lewis, Tyrese Jackson, and or Isaiah Redden, while in the course of committing theft of property and with intent to obtain or maintain control of said property, did intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly cause bodily injury to Juan Benavides by striking Juan Benavides with the hand of Lamont Curry, then you will find the defendant guilty of robbery as charged in the indictment. If you do not so find beyond a reasonable doubt, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will find the defendant not guilty. You are instructed that a videotape was played for you where the defendant was with other people. There are comments and or statements made by people other than the defendant. What people other than the defendant say in the video are not offered as nor admitted for the truth of the matters they asserted. That means that what anyone other than the defendant says in the video is admitted for the purpose of assisting you, if it does, to put the matters in context and for no other purpose. Our law provides the defendant may testify in his own behalf if he elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded to the defendant. And in the event he elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against him. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against him. Written or recorded statements made by a witness to investigators or other officers, or police reports made by officers and tendered by the prosecution to the defense for purposes of cross-examination are not part of the evidence unless introduced in evidence. Many times, statements and reports may be marked with an exhibit number, but are neither offered nor received in evidence. I can send only statements and reports received in evidence to the jury room. You are instructed that the statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during the argument, if not supported by evidence, or statements of law made by counsel, if not in harmony with the law, as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. You must disregard any comment or statement made by the court during the trial or in these instructions, which may seem to indicate an opinion with respect to any fact, item of evidence, or verdict to be reached in this case. No such indication is intended. You are instructed that the grand jury indictment is not evidence of guilt. It is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence, nor can it be considered by you in passing whether this defendant is guilty or not guilty. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matter not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case, which is not shown by the evidence. You are instructed that you are not to let bias, prejudice, or sympathy play any part in reaching a verdict in this case. After you have retired to your jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify your verdict by signing the same as presiding juror. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court, which is hearing given to you, and be governed by that law. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, or indicted for, or otherwise charged with the offense gives rise to no inference of guilt at his trial. The law does not require defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit him and say by your verdict, not guilty. Suitable forms for your verdict are attached to the charge for your convenience if you care to use them, but they are not intended to suggest to you in any way what your verdict should be, and you may or may not, as you see fit, make use of them. At any rate, your verdict must be in writing and signed by your presiding juror. Your only duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty under the indictment in this cause, and you must restrict your deliberations to the issue of whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty and nothing else. After you have retired to the jury room, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the officer or anyone else concerning any question you may have. Instead, address your question to the court in writing. If you want to communicate with the court, notify the bailiff. Any communication relative to the case must be written. prepared by the presiding juror and submitted to the court through the bailiff. Respectfully submitted, Judge Stephanie Boyd, 187 District Court, and suitable verdict forms are attached. State, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, may I set it up?
Yes.
It's a shame, ladies and gentlemen, that someone minding their business in the heart of our city had to go through what Mr. Benavides went through. Right next to our most iconic landmark, he had to go through this. He had his property taken, he was beaten. It's right there. You are all here for one specific reason. To decide this case. You are all members of the community. You're all from Bexar County, or at least living there. It is up to you to make the decision on whether we find the actions committed by the defendant tolerable in our community. I'm going to talk very briefly about the elements of this case. So first, Marcus mentioned in voir dire, theft. Theft is a part of robbery. Well, to cut right to the chase, ladies and gentlemen, easily stated is, did the defendant take something that did not belong to him, that he had no right to? Going into the specific elements of robbery, on or about March 27th of 2020, we've heard multiple people say that the robbery occurred and was reported on March 26th of 2020, and that the defendant and those arrested with him were arrested in the early morning hours of March 27th of 2020. This is not in dispute. In Bexar County, Texas, I've already mentioned this happened right next to the Alamo. You do not get more to the heart of Bexar County than that. Lamont Curry. The state has presented numerous pieces of evidence indicating that it was Lamont Curry, the man sitting right there, who committed these acts. In the course of committing a theft, I just touched on that. Juan said that his property was taken from him. He did not willingly give it up. He didn't say, here you go, please have it. It was taken from him. With the intent to obtain or maintain control of the property, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly, cause bodily injury to Juan Benavides by striking Juan Benavides with his hand. Again, you've heard from Juan. You've heard him describe his attacker. You saw all the evidence describing who attacked him. So the first person to approach him punched him in the face, and then he was beaten by multiple other individuals. Again, through the evidence that the state has presented, we have made our case that it is Lamont Curry. Now, talking about evidence, we've heard numerous pieces of evidence during this trial. Again, testimony, there was a 911 phone call. There were numerous photos that were shown to you. Video surveillance that was taken throughout the course of the investigation, and specifically the body-worn camera of Officer Martinez. But the one thing that you guys will not get back there are police reports. We've seen numerous officers refer to their police reports. They've had to refresh the recollection using those police reports. That's something that you will not get. Again, I want to cover really quickly the law of parties. Mark has mentioned this in voir dire. So again, think back to what Mark's talked about. The grocery store lookout. You have to look at the events, and are they actively participating? Are they trying to aid? Are they trying to make sure that the crime goes through? It's something that we've heard Mr. Benavides talk about. He says, Lamont Curry's the one that, or the first individual punched me in the face. And he says that numerous other people then took part in it. You heard Detective Flores talk about the fact that in the video, from what he can see, he, through his training and experience, believed that through the footage that we had, Lamont Curry was the one who was acting as a lookout. That's enough. Now, I want to touch on beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, Marcus mentioned in voir dire, we cannot mention and say what exactly beyond a reasonable doubt is. I can't put a number. I can tell you a few things though. It's not 100%. It's not beyond a shadow of doubt, or removing all doubt, or beyond all possible doubt. It's none of those things.
5 minutes.
The last thing I wanted to mention was bias or sympathy. You cannot let that play a role in your decision making. Again, the question is, are the actions of the defendant what we find tolerable in this community as a whole? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the state has proven its case beyond a reasonable doubt. I ask that you find the defendant Lamont Curry guilty of robbery.
Defense.
Thank you, counsel. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a simple man. This trial started some time ago in the jury selection. And to me, that's probably one of the most important parts of a trial. Because I get to know a little bit about you and you get to know a lot about me because the trial is going on. And every day I get up, because my wife goodbye, and this morning she tells me, hey, what are you going to do today? And I'm going to say, I'm going to go see if the jury still will hold the government to the burden. Because one of the questions I asked in voir dire was simply this: who believes that we were giving up more and more of our rights today? And everybody raised their hand. The reason I say that is simple, because we don't think of our rights in terms of presumption of innocence or burden of proof. But that's exactly what they are. They belong to each and every one of us. If each and every one of us are ever accused of a crime, we would hope and pray that the citizens of Dade County would do the same. So that's what I want you to keep in mind as we're looking at the evidence. Presumption of innocence, what does beyond a reasonable doubt really mean? I'm not here to make up facts. I'm not here to change facts. I was here to put facts in perspective so you could see, does it meet that clear burden of beyond a reasonable doubt? A couple of things stand out to me was this. We do have a lot of videos. We do have a lot of pictures. And we have Mr. Benavides. We have a lot of officers. A lot of officers didn't testify. Yeah, didn't want to waste your time. Mr. Benavides sits there and tells us that it was the tall guy in the white shirt that punched me. And then we have a video showing not quite that. And the assumption is, now we know there's a skip. There's no argument about that. We saw the timestamp on that. Problem is if you take the pictures and you look at where Mr. Benavides's first or injury is, it will be on his left side of his face. Okay, watch the video of the 12 or the 6 guys that walk up to him. The tall guy, if you believe it's Mr. Curry, never gets on the left side of Mr. Benavides, never there. Okay. Now, the assumption is, well, it happened when it was skipping. We're a court of law. We're not here for assumptions. We're here for facts and what we see and what is proved. Okay, we can't fill in blanks. This isn't a puzzle to start filling in those things. Then the next assumption is, according to the detective, is, well, he's looking out as a lookout. That's why I asked in jury selection when they showed that picture about the guy putting the meat in the bag and the guy standing there, right? The assumption to them is clear. Hey, he did it, therefore he's a lookout. But there's no evidence of that other than he's standing there. And if you watch that video closely, and if you put it in context with what Mr. Benavides says, it doesn't make sense. And this is why. If I'm the lookout, am I going to punch you and then turn around and say, now I'm going to be a lookout? Okay. But watch the tall guy. Where he's looking, he's not part of the kicking or the punching. He's looking at it. Watch the other videos too. The young guys are running off. The tall guy is walking off. And this is very important. I know some of you already probably believe beyond reasonable doubt that it was Mr. Curry. That's never been proved to me because we never saw faces. Detective tried his hardest to sit there and say, yeah, you can't see the face, you can't see the face, you can't see the face, you never do. But beyond a reasonable doubt is very high. But let's take that a step further. Watch the guy, the tall guy in the white shirt, as that one video shows, he's not running with the other guys. He's kind of behind them, right? Then we have a 45-minute delay between when the robbery happens and the Valero. There's the pictures of everybody coming in the Valero, and it's clear Mr. Curry's one of them, right? Again, the problem is the assumption is because he's with them at that time, therefore he was with them at the other time. He looks like him, tall, and that's why I asked about the headphone. I never saw any headphones. So now the assumption is well, maybe they stopped, they changed shirts, changed things. Again, I'm not here for assumption. We don't know. That's why I asked the detective. The vids have cameras. Yes, they do. Did you ever check bus cameras to show Mr. Curry is getting on the bus with these other guys heading out there? I don't know how they got there. That's fine. But we do know this. That Valero video also shows a young woman who clearly wasn't with that group. Right? It also shows 5, 6 guys coming in with the girl. We also know that 4 guys and the girl are arrested. That group does evolve and it changes. People are coming, people are going. So for those of you who believe Mr. Curry was the tall guy, we still have to take that next step as to law parties. Okay. Again, beyond a reasonable doubt. To get to law parties, we have to make a lot of assumptions. That one, he punched him. Other than Mr. Benavides sitting there saying he did that, the physical evidence doesn't show that. The physical evidence shows he was punched on the left side of his face. Tall guy, if you believe it's Mr. Curry, was always on the right side. Couldn't have happened that. Okay. Second of all, law parties. Did I before, during, or after? That's why we went into the video. That's why I specifically started asking about the goods that were being purchased, right? Again, if I know that credit card's his, then I'm active involved. Mr. Curry clearly, it's on the video, puts items on the counter. Again, but he's not there when it's being purchased. He walks with, he has no idea what the other guy's purchasing it with. Dollar bills, credit cards, whose credit card? We don't know. All right. So the assumption is that since he was there and he put that stuff on there, now he's a law party. We can't fill in the blanks for that. That's not what we're here for. It doesn't show that. So there's nothing there concretely to show that is a law of party, other than saying, because you were with them, here's all the videos of them walking the streets, here's the same clothing on, same guys, because he's with them, therefore he's guilty of it. But as the judge points out in this jury charge, it tells us mere presence at a crime is not enough. That's why I asked the detective about the female. She's there talking to him. She's there when they're arrested. We don't know what they're talking about. We know what participation she had on it, but she was never arrested. Okay, because mere presence isn't enough. So beyond a reasonable doubt and the presumption of innocence, as we're looking at these, right now, looking at these things, we get to what I believe you're probably going to think is the most damning evidence against Mr. Curry, and that's when he's sitting in the back of that paddy wagon talking to the other individual. Oh, clearly, he sat there and said, it ain't aggravated robbery. There wasn't no gun, thrower, I guess, or weapon, so it can't be aggravated robbery. So the assumption is that if he knew that, then he had to be part of the crime, right? Critical thinking. I know y'all are highly educated. That's not true at all. And the reason it's not true at all is when we think about it this way, the police, and we saw the video, how many officers are out there arresting everybody, telling everybody, you're being charged with aggravated robbery. And they're talking about it. You say, not me, in the back of the van. He knows it can't be aggravated robbery if there's no weapons. How we know that? Because they were all searched together. and no weapons were found, so it can't be aggravated robbery. Right? So the assumption in that is he knew about it, and that's what he's explaining about it. But it's just as likely it's because all the cops are talking about it. Everybody's searched, and we don't see any weapons. That's why it can't be aggravated robbery. So the last line that they're gonna throw at you to sit there and say, he says, we should have never gone back downtown. We're good here. What does that got to do with robbery or anything else? We're good back there. We come downtown, all of a sudden you guys are getting me arrested. Right? So I'm sitting there saying I'm a party to this and we were off scot-free. It's now we're downtown. You guys did this. Let me put it one more time here too. This age difference. We keep trying to change that age thing. I'm horrible with ages. And it took some two-pulling. They were looking for teenagers, age-wise, teenagers. They all finally admitted Mr. Curry is 40 years old. And when the other guys asked them their ages, pretty darn close to teenagers. Detective kept wanting to sit there and say, Mr. Benavides said he was 40 years old. There was no evidence of that. Mr. Benavides himself testified that, yeah, he's mid-20s. 40 years old. Not 25. Decade and a half is a lot to be misconstrued. Okay, well, it happened so fast, I don't know this. Well, if it happened so fast, how can I clearly identify the guy who tall, white shirt and describe him? We can't. Okay, we're filling in the blank. Mr. Curry is sitting next to me, so of course that's it. And that's why the detective kept saying it was Mr. Curry. He even mentioned that Mr. Benavides said it was Mr. Curry, and that's not true at all either. And we finally got that out there because he gave him a picture of Mr. Curry. That, I guess, about 2 days later. Can't pick him out. Can't pick him out. So what we're left with is this. Beyond a reasonable doubt, we're left with a scene where we never see Mr. Curry's face. We see him in a video 45 minutes later with these young fans. Okay. Is that beyond a reasonable doubt to you all? Again, like I said, I'm a simple man. I get up every morning. And I too believe our rights are being taken away. And I'm here to tell you right now, I fight like hell to keep that beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm gonna ask you all to fight with me. To keep our rights up here. We'll find Mr. Curry out. Thank you.
All right, state.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Porter's right. This isn't a court of assumptions, it's a court of law. And all of you were chosen because you said that you could follow the law and that you could render a verdict of guilty based on solely one witness. We brought you one witness, Juan Benavides. And everything that Juan testified to, that's evidence. There's been no evidence to contradict anything that Juan said. Juan testified that it was a guy in a white shirt, the tall one with the dreads, punching. There's been nothing to contradict that. Defense can ask questions, but there's been no evidence presented. And so that is what you can take to the bank, and that's what you have in front of you, that it was an individual in a white shirt that punched Juan Benavides first. And so then the question is connecting the dots to whether or not that was Lamont Curry. And defense actually mentioned it in Bordar, but you don't leave your common sense at the door. All of you come in with common sense. And so that's why I went over some of those pictures, because it's clear. These are the elements. Daniel went over them. Pretty much all the elements aren't contested except for whether or not it was Lamont Curry. So I want to go over some of the evidence. The testimony of Juan Benavides. Through him, we got in State's Exhibit 1 through 6. Chanel Anderson, that's State's Exhibit 7, that's the Valero video. Debbie Stangoni, those are the Zurich Properties videos. Clint Withers, that's the Alamo Rangers video. That's the one that skips, but that's the one that shows the robbery take place. Officer Lopez, Officer Martinez, that's his body cam and the map of downtown. Salvatierra, that shows the pictures of the individuals who were apprehended that night. And Flores, those are the stills from the videos. So let's talk about Juan's testimony. Said that he was sitting in front of the Emily Morgan, that a group of Black males, initially he thought it was 10, but later he realized that it was 6. They began to approach him. It was a tall, older male that was in front, and you can see that in the video, and 9:30:41, right before it jumps forward, you see the male in the white is the one in front, and the male in the black is right next to him. He says that he was wearing a white shirt, he had dreads or tight locks, and you can also hear him say that in the 911 call. And also Detective Flores testified to that. He said throughout every statement, whether it was the body cam that he gave to Officer Lopez or the audio statement that he got from him later, he was always consistent that it was a white male, tall, older than the rest, with dreads that punched him first, that started the robbery. He heard them say something about big money. As they get closer, he drops his cigarette and he bends down to pick it up. He looks up and he sees the guy with the white shirt punched him. That's what he testified to. And then everyone else started punching and kicking him. Now, defense wants you to assume that because of where Kerr was facing 13 seconds later, that he couldn't have punched him before. But we also know that all of the other co-defendants are many feet away from Mr. Benavidez. And then 13 seconds later, they're all on the right side of him. So anything could have happened within that 13 seconds. And so just because you don't see it in the video, that doesn't mean it didn't happen. The only way that you can find Mr. Curry not guilty is if you say that Juan Benavidez was not credible, and that all of the evidence that we brought to you that showed you dot by dot by dot that this was Lamont Curry isn't credible, because we connected the dots. Now, Mr. Curry had a couple of things right. It's not aggravated assault because there was no weapon, and he knew that, not because the officers didn't find a weapon, because who knows? When the robbery happened hours earlier, that could have been a weapon and they dumped it, just like he got headphones later, and just like Christian Lewis got a blue sweater later. Things could have happened. He knew it wasn't aggravated robbery because he was there for the robbery. And so he knew that they didn't use a weapon when it took place. He was also right when he said that we was good where we was at. We shouldn't have come back downtown. He doesn't say y'all were good or I shouldn't have come with y'all. He says we was good where we were at. We shouldn't have come back downtown. That's consistent with the evidence that shows that he was with them the entire night from 9:30 till 12:30 when they're apprehended. They took his cell phone, Juan's cell phone, and his wallet. You saw that in the photos. You saw that when they arrested the 4 individuals, that they had his credit card and his wallet. The entire robbery took place within 40 seconds. You could see that in the video, and Juan testified it was about a minute. He said that he just saw individuals approaching him. He didn't get a good look at them. And I mean, who could? Think about the people who were on the panel with you. You saw them for a few hours, but you may not be able to pick them out. But if you see someone for a long time, like the juror sitting next to you, there's a better chance that you could pick them out of a lineup. Juan saw these individuals for 40 seconds. And during that 40 seconds, most of it, he was down on the ground, trying to stay alive. He didn't know what was going to happen. He didn't know what their purpose in attacking him was. He said he was grabbing at legs and just trying to cover up. That's why he couldn't pick anyone out of a photo lineup. That's why he couldn't ID anyone. And it's not like he misidentified. It's not like he said, okay, this is Lamont Curry, and he picked the wrong person. He said, I couldn't. Detective Flores testified that he couldn't pick anyone because it all happened so fast. He was injured as a result of the robbery. There was bruising all over. He said he had sore ribs, and you can see the bruise on his face. And then, like I said, the wallet and credit cards were recovered. Detective Flores testified that he received the case the next day, that he reviewed all the evidence, that the victim's statement was consistent throughout regarding who initiated the robbery, that he gathered surveillance videos from the various times and locations throughout the night, and that the 4 individuals who were apprehended are the same ones from the initial robbery. Let's look at those pictures. Again, in order for you to say that that was not Lamont, because it's clear, and they conceded that that's Lamont Curry in that grocery store, or in the Valero. And so in order for that to not be Lamont Curry who took part in the robbery, you have to say that all 5 of the other individuals are the same, and there's been no dispute that those are the 5 same individuals. But another male who's taller, older than the rest, who also has dreads, who also was wearing a white shirt, khaki pants, black shoes with white trim, took Lamont's place. that it was another male who looks identical to Lamont Curry walking around March of 2020 when the pandemic happened. And then by the time they got to the Bolero, that another male who looks just like Lamont Curry, wearing the exact same clothing, took his place in the group. And so Lamont Curry just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. That doesn't make sense. You can go through the pictures, you can go through the video yourself. That's the same guy, same white shirt. Again, listen to him at the end. He doesn't say any statements about, oh, y'all got me in trouble or anything like that. He knows what he did. And so now we're going to ask you to go back there, deliberate. Like I said, use your common sense. It's not assuming anything. It's looking at the evidence in front of you and realizing that we have proven this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt that on March 26th into the 27th, it was Lamont Curry on his own initially initiating everything, as well as a party to the offense, because the other guys are the ones who took the property. That on that night, he committed a robbery. And so we're going to ask that you hold him accountable for his actions and find him guilty. Thank you.
Right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have the court's permission to go back to the jury room. And you'll need to select your foreman and then you're allowed to deliberate. I'm going to ask for Johnson and Rose to please stay behind. All right, everyone, please rise.
Yes.
Yes, we're ready.
All right, the jury.
All right, everybody's switching on me.
Yeah, we don't like each other anymore.
All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the court has received your statement, and this is the answer to your statement. Members of the jury, with reference to your inquiry, you have all the law before you. Please continue your deliberations. Signed, Judge Stephanie Boyd. So that is the answer to the statement that was sent to the court. My next question to all of you is, if you would like to continue to deliberate, of course, will remain and you can continue to deliberate. Or if you all would like to return on Monday to begin deliberations in the morning, you can do that. But if you wish to remain, you're more than welcome to remain. So does everyone wish to remain, or you wish to come back on Monday?
I wish you remain.
All right. All right. So I'm going to send back the answer that I read into the record to you in regards to your statement. All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's the court's understanding that you've reached a unanimous verdict. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, if I could have the documents, please. Thank you, Deputy Lawyer. All right, the verdict form appears to be in proper order. It states, "We, the jury, find the defendant Lamont Curry not guilty." All right, please be seated. Does anyone wish to have the jury polled?
Yes, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to ask you if this is your verdict. If this is your verdict, I need you to say yes. I'm just going to start on this end first. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
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 And we'll start here. Is this your verdict?
Yes.
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 All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your service. I'm going to have you go back to the jury room. I'm going to speak with you briefly, and then Deputy Laura will let you know and navigate you out the building since it's the front doors are closed, okay? All right, everyone, please rise for the jurors. All right, everyone, please be seated. All right, Mr. Curry, you have a limited amount of time to file your expunction. If you so wish, your defense counsel will speak to you on that. Is there anything else from either side? All right. All right, thank you.